place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
How do I like the second intro? I haven't watched it all that much. I knew there might have been copyright issues with streaming it, so I muted the two intros, but I have watched them off stream. I think the first one hits harder in terms of music value. Grumpy, what's up, buddy? How are you? Besides for this hoarse voice, I'm doing fantastic. All right. We. Agreed about hitting hard. I love a good song that bops. If you like good OST music, definitely check out the Falcom games. Their OSTs are phenomenal. Getting my cheeks clapped by an Armor Core boss, but otherwise good. You got this, Grumpy. You can do it. Me and Hoodle believe.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought
I
about
know
it.
it says this is your first Tales game, but you should check out Tales' Esteria intro. My favorite. It hits so hard. So I plan on playing through more Tales games.
Fall Knights.
I own Berseria, Vesperia,
Means Alan's
Zesteria,
ancient tongue.
Berseria,
The one drawn to the
Grace's
sky.
F, Abyss, Zillia, and Zillia 2.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but, well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Oh, I do have Symphonia on PC as well, but I'm trying to find the GameCube copy.
Okay, people.
I try to play all my games on original hardware.
First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns.
Is Armor Core really that hard? From what I hear, it
Sound
is. You have the GameCube copy? I think that's the better copy because it runs at 60 FPS. I know the remake or the remaster only runs at 30. Unless they patched it. They added some Dark Souls inspired like bosses that are a nice change of pace to beat in your head. Interesting.
You know,
They're running away for now, for real now.
it's still hard
Have a
to
good one. No worries. Thank you for stopping in. I definitely
you
understand avoiding the spoilies.
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
And today we never had no technical difficulties.
Together, remember?
Yet.
This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it, the true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years.
Noctis and
that's
Vita,
all.
weird combo. Is it though?
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Oh yeah, we're going to
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
That's all it is
It's
a glorified
starship,
tin
dummy.
can.
That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue.
I
with
love
that,
her character.
Seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Oh yeah, that's gonna be something I'm after.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it.
I caught all the fish besides one.
I was just wondering what it
Well,
is. It looks big enough to fit a person
Five,
inside of
but
it.
I don't know where
It's
the
a
other four are
human.
yet.
It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Jeff of
Well, what
Arise,
did I
sup
say?
sir? What's up, Pickle? How are
Should
you?
Definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why.
Just
I
finished
stayed
some
asleep all
outside
the time.
stuff outside.
That's
Now I'm chilling.
definitely
It's a good
quite
thing to be
some
doing on
lying,
Sunday.
all right. But still,
Glad things
whether
are
you
well.
want to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
All right, Mom.
Hi!
What's up, Drake? How are you?
Is everyone about ready?
User reminds me of Back to the
Soon be making
Future.
Preparations to land.
Where's the
Before we
Mandalorian?
do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries
We
since I
are
was
in
last there,
space.
and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
Now look at that.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
Okay.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
Oh, she jinked us.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Fair.
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
Let's go.
Beyond that wall lies a city.
Afternoon,
Thinking about
Dragon.
what could be lurking out here is giving me the
How are you?
heebie-jeebies.
For such a loud
Looks like you had a good time last night.
Can be a worry word at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renins actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Too much food and liquor, but it was great. As long as you had a good time, sir. That is the main thing. Place is destroyed.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really
Let
are
alone
the same as
the Forbidden Zone.
Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
Daramus, welcome in. How are you?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the Wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process.
Can't get down with this music.
Unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
But there's buttons to press.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it
Buttons.
to
What's up,
transform like
Zyfreak?
this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration to avoid all
How
this
has
chaos.
Dark Rose Valkyrie been?
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Big
Sorry.
red
That
buttons.
probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it
Yeah,
takes an
don't
outsider's eye
push
to help you
the
notice what
button.
you've been missing all along. This
Doing
place
good?
is a
Game's
mystery,
mean?
that's for sure.
Oof.
Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
It looks interesting.
Yeah.
I was
You're right,
I was watching
Shion.
for a
I'm
bit.
sure we will.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really
Combat
have
system was
no
very
clue what
interesting, but
might
you gotta
cause
keep in
this?
mind that it's an Idea Factory game.
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior.
Yeah, the combat
decree.
looks a bit
His Highness
intricate.
Must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have
Pleasant
no
Sunday,
choice
chums
but
and
to grin and
chumettes.
bear it.
Trails. For you.
But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Idea Factory.
I believed he was on Dana.
Yeah.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lanagus mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
They make low effort games, but they have some really interesting takes on stuff sometimes. I feel like a lot of the low, I wouldn't call it low budget, but like the lesser known games, they have a uniqueness to them, but they can't go fully into what some of the higher games can. I'm doing fantastic, Trails. Look what Falcom does on a shoestring. That's true. Yeah, true. There's a difference between low budget and effort.
Everything will be okay now.
My bad.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking
Can't wait
a
for
woman dressed all
Maki
in
Affinity May
Have you
once
seen anyone
Trails
of that
Timber is
description?
done.
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that.
That bench
I
is going to be
imagine
so
she'd
long.
Stand out somewhat too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Not bad. We do need a bench character appreciation month at some point. Do we though? Do we? Imagine how much Jeff would hurt if Machias was mandatory. Ugh. That's a tough word to swallow there, Typhreak.
Is everything okay?
And then a Xenoblade run with Ryan, Charlotte, and Fiora.
I can't seem
Charlotte
to
can't do her
find my
job.
way, Zal.
She has
I
one
was
job,
about to
heal.
make my
She can't do that right.
attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower
Ryan,
caste
Charlotte, and
family
Fiora's
lived around
legit
these
team.
parts for so
Yes,
long before I outstayed
if
my
you can get them
welcome.
to do their stuff right.
I was hoping to avoid it. but
She's
maybe
basically
I'll have to
Donald.
go that way
Yes!
after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana.
Nobody's as bad as Donald.
Yes.
She's
strange,
Donald in
isn't it?
disguise.
If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that's
Damn
up
duck.
ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've
How many times did I complain about Donald in Kingdom Hearts?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these
He wasn't
people are
that bad in
big
Kingdom
trouble.
Hearts 1. He had just got
Everything
worse
that
as the rest
happens here is
in the rest of the
attributed
games.
to the
He
Sovereign's
was
will.
bad in Kingdom Hearts
It's the
1
way
too.
People have been conditioned. Their
He was
belief runs
horrible.
Deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason.
I died so many times because of that damn
Part of the
duck.
Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling
Hard
Lenegis
not to
alone
ride the
would be
lightning with
difficult
Thundaga
enough.
though.
And the points you make
I
are
would be
valid,
tempted.
though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total
True.
authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right?
I encounter a
Just before the
situation
ceremony.
wherein my firearm,
But Sovereign
specifically
is
my
also
rifle,
the
is
title
experiencing
given
an
to the
increase in
almighty
temperature
Renan
to an
ruler.
extent that can
So
be
which
described
one
as
is it?
overheating, indicating the culmination
wins
of
the
excess
crown
thermal
contest
energy that
inherits the throne from
surpasses
his or her
standard
predecessor,
operation threshold,
before
therefore
becoming ruler over all of Rena and
necessitating
Lenegis.
immediate
Thereafter,
attention and
that
resolution.
individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how
Also known
Volmar
as my
factors
rifle is
into
getting
all
hotter.
this, at this point,
Someone
I
did
no
a drinking
longer know
game for a
what to
Kingdom
believe.
Hearts foe.
3
What we
centuries
discussed.
ago, I became the Sovereign here on
It was
Lenegis.
light, darkness, and heart. It was quite fascinating to watch. I
was
bet.
Forced to. Me, a Danon.
Maybe one day, Dragon.
300 years later,
We'll
we
both
crossed
do
paths
it.
with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
He's not
Wait a
dead.
second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma, the same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me,
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
Mean Hoodle.
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never
There's a
stoop to
couple
such
of
scandalous
miscellaneous
tricks.
locked behind
Any
other side
feelings of
quests. I've done all
intimidation are
space
solely
regions
in the eye of the
100%. Nice,
beholder.
congrats, Zach.
So there is a knack to it. How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Yeah. Know that.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsuf, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Renans and their lords.
Yes!
Of course, I had to choose Balsev first.
Balsev had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
She's way too cheery.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first.
Run,
glance.
she's creepy.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Running.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Next.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And
Shiny.
some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah!
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Renna, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Renna.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
I guess I can't go that way yet.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Renna should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Renna?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the Motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
I like appreciate this angle
It's
for
as
the
if
other
you're
lords. At
conditioned
least
not to notice all
it
these
is not a
strange
case
quirks and
person was
discrepancies.
just evil or a
The
psychopath
question is then,
that had hidden
who?
motive that made
And
sense.
to what end?
At least for what we know, yeah.
Supposedly created to
Giving them a
coincide with
different
every
angle
crown
on
contest.
like the
Meaning
lords
each
that we
victor
never
is
got
awarded their very own.
much character development
other
on.
words, if that's
This
true,
makes up for it,
there should be
and it
as
lets
many
you
of the
see
things
what
out there as
their
there have been
angle was
contests.
for the crown contest.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
Why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You
Yeah, that went well.
Courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Oh, hi.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
What's up, Philly?
Is it true?
He wouldn't whoop her
What you
ass in a
said about
fight.
you killing someone?
Smack her in the ass with a pole.
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so.
Forgot to save earlier for Armor Core 6. I've been seeing a lot of people rage hard on the first boss. Oh yeah, I heard that.
Dohalim.
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Howdy, Lady Red. How nice of you to sneak up on us. Exactly. What's up, Moss? Okay, we'll leave that one. First boss of Armor Core 6 is a filter boss. Unexpectedly tough. Damn. That's just to weed out the ones who, I'm still doing it. I'm still pressing the button for... I can't help. Okay. Jeff, how is Extravagant Chronicle of Legends, a splendid saga unfolding in majestic proportions?
I can't wait to start making our meal.
Ooh, we having something new to eat?
Yep, now that we have all the ingredients.
It's going well, Daramus. How are you? It wouldn't be from software if they didn't throw in a real tough boss at you when you were still learning the controls. I mean, that's how they get you to learn the controls, isn't it?
place is beautiful!
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renin oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Xion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were
And
always there.
there's eyes watching them.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Oh, we could buy heavy treats. Merc, what's up, buddy? How are you? Al was Pokemon. Welcome in, Raiders. I apologize for the hoarse throat that I have, but the voice is going. If you don't know who I am Jeff. And we're playing Tales of Arise for the first time. We're hopefully going to try to finish this today. It was lovely chaos. I mean, we love chaos. I know my chat loves to see me suffer, so I'm glad you all had a fun time with Merc. 9 deaths on his first stream, 8 on this one. So, are you doing a crowd control Nuzlocke? Is that correct? I commend you, sir. That is something I wouldn't probably be able to do. I'm glad you're having fun with it. The whole playthrough is basically in chat's hands. I'm pretty sure that was going to give me more stuff. Crash almost killed your whole team versus Misty. Wow. I'm pretty good at balancing out my forgetfulness. I mean, not gonna lie, if I'd done that, my chat would probably have me killed before Brock. He's also on his 8th Paris. Paris is a meme of my channel. How is Paris a meme of your channel? Very confused. Because he's a water type. Can we get a permit for Shadow Hunter, please? Very neighborly of Jeff to stream for us, even with a hoarse throat. I feel fine. It's just, you know. Try that again, Shadow Hunter. Dragon misspelt it. Try it again. That was way too easy. Krabby is a crab. Paris is not a crab. It's a tiny mushroom type Pokemon. It's a parasite. It turns into Parasect. It is not a water Pokemon. It's bug and grass or bug and poison. Paris is a dual type bug/grass Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. How is that a crab? A crab has claws. It's a parasite that has mushrooms growing out of its back. It's not an aquatic creature, no. It's an insect. I gotta come in next time. I'm gonna kill your Paris. It's a bug and insect. Okay. So here's your next Pokemon challenge, Merc. Here's your next Pokemon challenge. You have to beat Pokemon Red or Blue with just Paris or Parasect. That's it. That's all you're allowed to have in your party. Paris and Parasect. It's not a water Pokemon.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Have a good day, Burke. Thank you for bringing your community over. Very much appreciated. And Paris is a bug insect Pokemon. It is not a water Pokemon. I just need to get my voice back. Other than that, I'm doing great.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menentia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not. If they want to fight, they've got one.
No worries, Shadowhunter. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Its armor's too strong. Be my guest. This one's mine.
Dance in the wind! Air drop! Raging cascade! Here's another!
Not today.
Freaking does it! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah.
This should do it.
You get the gist.
Prepare to be sealed. The enemy here is armed too.
You'll soon see about that.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Dance in the wind! Do it! Air thrust!
This is looking good.
Raging cascade!
I'm on it.
Magic Kazam! Air thrust! Raging cascade! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Still can't believe you thought that was
Those
a
soldiers
water
seem
Pokemon.
different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zoogles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Oh, we have like a... Oh, hi! He looks friendly. time is it? Another hour. I'm gonna get some food, I think.
Enemy I see over there.
Brace yourselves. This one's tough.
Raging cascade.
In a bind.
These ones can run rings around us.
Armor won't save you.
Elven, astral energy.
Say no more.
Dance in the wind.
Too fast. Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Dance in the wind. Let the marksman handle this. Raging cascade. Magic is there. Air thrust. Explosion. Blah blah blah. Strike. You get the gist. Neon. Astral energy. Full throttle. Glacial spear. Dance in the wind. Here's evil. Air thrust.
Can't get out of this.
Freeze lancer. Do it. Neon. Astral energy. Full throttle.
I've been doing really great lately.
All right, come on, big boy.
Right, here goes.
Dance in the wind.
Eat dirt.
Air thrust. Raging cascade. I think I'll pass on the handshake. Dance in the wind.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll crush you.
Is that a parasect? No.
Reflexes. Tenebrous claw. Eat this.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging cascade.
Seems like a nice insect. This is an insect, yes.
Blah blah blah. Air thrust. You get the gist. You get the gist. Air thrust. Without a trace. You get the gist.
Hold nothing back.
Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Air thrust.
I'll burn it all. Flaming pillar. Fire. Burn in hell.
Raging cascade.
Here comes a new challenger.
Paige, thank you for the raid.
Blah blah blah. Air thrust.
Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am Jeff, and I have a hoarse voice. How was your stream, Mage?
Now I'm real mad.
Another Dexter, welcome in.
Magic is there. Air thrust.
Now you see what I can do.
You get the gist. Blah blah blah.
You're coming in from Mage's stream. Like I said, I am Jeff. We primarily play RPGs here on the channel. We're going through Tales of Arise for the first time. Trying to finish this today, actually. Who's brutal? How's Tales going? Tales going fantastic. I'm gonna try to finish this today, because next month, excuse me, next month we are starting our Trails Timber event, which we will be going through the Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky, raising money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital.
An opponent like this should be easy.
In a bind, you won't bow out night.
This is such a great game. I love it.
Nothing gets by me.
That's my cue.
Not today. Shut him down.
Dance in the wind.
Relinquish it to me.
Thank you for the follow.
Leave the ensnaring to me. Prepare to be seen.
Oh no, get that one away from me. Stay away from my caster.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Close one. Glacial spear. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging cascade.
Oh, couldn't get out of that one.
This one's mine.
Raging cascade.
You're mine. I can carve through one.
Dance
I hope things have been going good with you, Mage. It's been a while. Try my best to get by. Hope your throat recovers soon. Other than my throat, I'm feeling fantastic. I haven't taken my medication yet today though, so I should probably do that soon. Take throat meds. I tend not to take anything unless I absolutely have to. I'm a sucker for punishment. It was I will say it was very funny when I was at work Friday morning, because I went into work and the only thing that was coming out of my mouth when I talked was squeaks. But it's been good ever since. I don't mind this. How long do I plan on going today? Probably until normal end time. Until credits roll, and we'll see. If we roll credits before normal end time, then yes. If not, then no. I remember having to learn interpretive dance when my voice went out. I thought I was gonna be like God damn it.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Yeah, if not, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. But I thought about going like, you know, you remember in like Looney Tunes, like Bugs Bunny and Wile E. Coyote when they held up the sign? I thought about doing that. Tend to just stick to tea or other home remedies. It is last resort to have pills or medicine. I usually take a little bit of medicine, especially if I have a bad throat, which I don't. Like, I don't have a sore throat, I should say. But mostly tea. I'll have another cup of tea here shortly. Brinwell saying blah 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 lives in my head rent free. It does. It's starting to in mine as well. I did that a bit too early. Keep hearing someone in your party shouting Voltron. Voltron? What? I've probably put a lot of paper by me. Then any questions write down and answer the present paper to the customer. I thought about doing that actually. It's hard to do on the phone though.
Hey, anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. try again later.
Why? It's the best incantation, right? Blah, blah, blah. Magic.
What's with that shining foe over there?
Brace yourselves. This
Now
one's
or never.
tough.
I'll tear you apart! Raging cascade! Here! Spread!
Blazing flame!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
Blazing flame!
I'm all stuffed up!
Here I come! Can't get out of this!
That's enough! Spread! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Stay away from the caster, please.
Take this! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Neon, astral energy! Full throttle!
The earth throbs in pain. Take this!
Raging cascade!
Now you see what I can do!
Magic is dueling! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Okay.
Am I on a roll or what?
Probably go through a lot of paper if that were the case of not having a voice. I mean, imagine if I'd done that with stream. Answer everything with writing it down and holding it up to the camera. There was always another game where somebody would do the blah 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 when they were recasting. My dreams will always be haunted by blah 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 tidal wave. Tidal wave. Ooh. It will be weird for a bit when you move to FC and you're not hearing blah 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 air thrust or blah 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 spread with every attack. Yeah. Instead, you're going to be hearing the Japanese voices and the English voices in battle. My favorite casting chant is now, behave.
They really don't give up, do they?
I mean, why not?
Prepare to be sealed!
Air thrust! I'll get toasty!
Burn strike!
Annihilate in the wind! Air thrust! Ghost raging cascade!
Go throw me off in September? Why is that? Not gonna be that bad.
Armor won't save you!
Neon, astral energy! Full throttle! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Yours is Arcus activate, clearly. I understand. Oh, the different languages. Oh yeah. So yeah, in the event we're doing the Japanese voice mod. We have the evil voice mods.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! I'll heal you! Astral energy! Full throttle!
You know how I am about consistency? I know, because I'm the same way. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out. Pick the wrong side. In a bind between blade and fist.
Air thrust!
In an instant!
I was like, where did he go?
Take this!
Do it! Neon, astral energy, full throttle! Glacial spear, pierce evil! Raging cascade! Take that!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I understand now why Law gets that so much. It's because he's a floor tank.
I've been doing really great lately.
All right, we have an ad coming in, folks, so I'm actually going to take a break. I'm going to take some medication and get another cup of tea. So we will be back shortly. We have seen Law eat the floor a lot. We have. Understandable. All right, be back shortly, folks. All right. Back. We back. Maybe I should start changing my my be right back camera to the Hootle. You just watch the Hootle. That would be something, wouldn't it?
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Hootle staring into our souls would be interesting.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
It does that? No, because the Hootle's cute.
What?
What the?
The swan and the goose are just judgmental.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because
What's our name?
It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dahna. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
I think that would have been a good transition if it transitioned to Shion standing in front of him.
Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense.
You keep talking about this wedge. I'm gonna want potato wedges again.
Were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Oh, hi. Oh, you're a big boy. It's a Greg!
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
It's a Greg.
What? I've never known Faria to control Zugos like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugos, then we get some answers.
Hit a word!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
In a bind?
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Raging cascade! Magic Azam! Air thrust! Super swallow dance!
Eat dirt.
Lava blast! Air thrust! You get the gist. You get the gist. Air thrust! Annihilation! Attack time! Burning thrust!
Smash you! In a bind?
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Nothing gets by me. All right, it's down.
Dance! Air thrust! Raging cascade! Air thrust! I'm all set up! You get the gist. Air thrust! Blob hopper!
Now or never.
Here goes! Go get him! One last one!
Take this!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I'll smash you!
I'm on. Here I go.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Do it! Lost! Demons descend!
Yeah, stay away from my caster, please. What's up, Dan?
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I'll finish you here and now!
Raging cascade!
Burn!
Burning thrust! It's about to strike you! Here's evil!
Look sharp, everyone. No further.
Tree cleanser! Far enough!
I could do this all
Dance
day!
in the wind! Take care of it! Here, Pluto!
Stay away from my friend. Double demon fang.
Let me help! First aid! Dance in the
These
wind!
fists have got your name on them!
Air thrust! Burning thrust! Glacial spear! Here's evil! Dance in the wind!
Armor won't save you!
Air thrust! Healing circle! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Now we're not... Take this!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind!
I'll finish you here and now!
Dance in the wind! Don't give up! Air thrust! Ready to go!
I'll tear you up!
Generation! The close one! I can do this all day! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Lunar blast!
One.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Armor won't save you!
Damn it! Dance in the
It's time!
Air
I'll
thrust!
finish you here and now! Take this!
Dance in the wind! Don't leave me! Air thrust! From death to bit! Better! Air thrust! Dance in the wind!
Here I come.
Thanks! Just what I needed! Annihilate! Dance in the wind! Power of flame! I'm almost impressed! Dance in the wind! I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Do you require a hand?
Burn in hell. Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down! Air thrust!
Can't get out of this! I can carve through
Just got home. I hope your day went well.
Dance in the wind! The air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Raging cascade! Raging storm! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Prepare to be seized!
Eat dirt.
Leave the charges to me!
Take this!
Raging cascade! Here's evil! Do it! Alpin! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Ugh.
Now it's just her! Faria! Can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria...
I see we are here now, we are.
The closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living.
She's learning from
Not for
Alphen
those already
speeches.
passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and
I
manipulating
do give this
them
game
like
its
a
props
weapon.
for not sugarcoating anything when it comes to serious subjects. There are just times we will never be forgiven for what we've done. It's true. And we have to use that to move forward. Oh, you're gonna be a
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
I will never be forgiven for eating the cheese. Cheese.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
I knew it. The thorns have been passed down for generations.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Yes, Mom.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that
Oh,
occurred
there it
3
is.
centuries ago.
I was wondering where this was
How
too.
to get rid of them.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
It's possible.
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
It is someone from beyond the grave. If it's
It survived
what's
here
their names and memories, right? Yes, it
300
is.
years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
How am I on items anyway? Not too bad, I guess.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. As well as my own past, I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Let's go. This is a sign for something?
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
I don't say they were.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Can I have that monitor?
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
Interesting.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
My guess is the other Sovereign.
Woman? It's possible.
Because I don't think Volron is
That doesn't
dead.
necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Interesting. Moving on.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
And that's the last we heard of Alphen until he woke up.
Injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode.
Ah, so it was her.
The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try.
So she saved him.
Enough.
Even with slim chances. Wearing a mask to hide from yourself? Please. Exactly. What's up, Dinzer?
Live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart.
I am Iron Mask.
She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Okay, we got some ads coming in here shortly, so I'm going to take this opportunity to grab something to eat. And then we'll come back and use the teleporter. So give me a few minutes, folks.
Here comes a new challenger!
Hey, pretty boy.
John, thank you for the raid. Very much appreciate it. Welcome in, raiders, if you're still here. My name is Jeff. I'm a excuse me. I'm a primarily a RPG focused streamer here in Newfoundland. I have a bit of a hoarse voice. I'm a bit under the weather. Oh, I apologize. But John, thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. How did your stream go? And thank you for the 100 bits. We are playing Tales of Arise for the first time, and I'm hoping to finish this today or come close to it. So we started early, and we're going pretty long here today, so we're gonna see how far we can get. Food's almost done, then I'll come back. We'll go in this teleporter then. Oh my. What are we having? We are having brown rice with black beans and quinoa. And some vegetables. Artaco, what's up, buddy? How are you? But John, thank you for the raid if you're still here. Very much appreciated. Anybody coming in from John's stream, like I said, my name is Jeff. I primarily do RPGs here on the channel. Playing through Tales of Arise for the first time. I'm gonna try to finish it today. Because we do have a charity event coming up for the month of September. We'll be raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital while playing through The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky. It's gonna be a fun time. You can find more info down in the panels below. But I hope your stream went well, John. Alright, let's go up this teleporter. Oh my, we're going to classified areas now. An easy meal I enjoy. There's nothing like beans and some rice for easy nutrition. Yeah, I need something because I don't want to have. I didn't want to have pizza. I'll probably have pizza later. I have one meal pizza left. But these, this is a frozen, like a blue menu, like a blue menu, frozen dinner. Just gotta let it cool off a little bit here now.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
No, this is a ceremony location.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
What's happening?
Naori? What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion.
Well, that's not good.
When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That at least would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
You can't just, but she did.
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
Oh yeah, we got some new threads.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Xion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
I love their outfit.
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Xion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Xion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion.
Just search Lenegis and Rena, no problem. Not at all. No, we got this.
The reason you lost your memories
is the reason.
Alphen and the Danon Owls. I like that as a band name.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns
Space stations and planets are well known to be small and quickly
such a thing
searched.
could be possible. No,
I don't know about planets. Space stations, yes.
I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone.
You can do that with
All
your
the normal
thorns.
things
It just hurts
that
more.
people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Latest Maiden. Yeah. Rena isn't a space station, it's a planet. Probably about the same size as Dana. Oh no. Lenegis is the, yeah, I know Lenegis is the space station. Oh, I like that. That's a nice menu screen. I think Alphen should have gotten new hair after the short time skip. He's had that helmet on for centuries, and since getting rid of it, he still looks like he hasn't combed it once. Has he washed it? Yeah, I love this artwork.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Isn't it law against the law for anime protagonists to come?
Naori who first showed me that such a thing
True, they
was
just
impossible.
flicked our hand right through their hair and that's it.
By sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
I keep doing that. I keep hitting the menu button for the map.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Oh boy. Oh. Oh. I walked into that cutscene before I got the skit.
Volron! He really was still alive.
Called it.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless,
Can we stop talking and like
cannot stand by and let them
start
steal
attacking?
Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, We need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all
There's
have the same face? How is that even possible?
multiple.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
What do we got? Black Panther or well, this would be Red Panther now, wouldn't it?
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting just here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Here's the evil. Freeze dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging cascade.
You picked the wrong fight.
Blah blah blah. Air thrust. You get the gist.
Sonic thrust.
We're all in pain.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
No further. Eat this.
Dance in the wind.
Leave the choice to me.
I'll heal you all.
Here I come.
Healing circle.
Flaming
Super
sexy
solo.
kid to be let
Into
free.
the shadows.
Rising Falcon.
Armor won't save. I'm just getting started.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging cascade.
Glimmer dragon.
Stay away from my caster.
I'm just getting started. Air thrust. Raging cascade. Magic is there. It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire.
They're just missioning it. Oh yeah.
No further.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging cascade.
You picked the wrong fight.
Air thrust.
To be let free.
You get the gist. You get the gist. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Air thrust.
I'll smash you.
You get the gist. Air thrust. Here goes the healing art.
You're mine. It's on. Ignite.
Dance in the wind.
Now or never. Take this.
Be still.
Magic is there. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging cascade. Magic is there. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Here's the healing art. Raging cascade.
You picked the wrong fight.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging cascade.
What is this? Hey, you okay?
I can still do this.
Air thrust.
Can't move.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Raging cascade. Spread.
I can carve through all 52
Air thrust. Ready to go.
Swallow dance.
Dance in the wind.
Eat this. Take this. That's enough.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Watch this.
Raging cascade.
Inferno punch.
Air thrust. Raging cascade.
fire!
Light astral energy! Light astral energy!
Carve through armor! Crush!
Photon fire!
Double demon fang! Crumble! Rising wyvern!
Light astral energy!
Demon fang!
Here's the
Double
healing
demon
roll
fang!
now!
No further! This one's all mine!
I could do this
This
all
one's
day.
mine!
Dance in the wind! Air
Try
thrust!
harder! Double demon fang!
Now I'm real mad!
I'm nearly done for.
Here's the healing arc!
Inspiration! I could do
Dance
this
in
all
the
day!
wind! Air thrust!
Demon fang! Double demon fang!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arc to accomplish this. Dance in the wind! Air thrust! I'll bring you back to Dance in the wind! I'll bring you back to
I'll finish you here and now!
Light astral!
I lost my focus!
Light
I could do this all day! Ready and
Light
ready!
astral energy!
Swallow blade!
Eagle rising
Fire!
Do it! Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
Oh, there was a kaboom.
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Oh, hi. You're awake.
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all.
A Dana shattering kaboom.
Another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings.
Don't let him monologue. Hero rule number
The
one.
only one
Exactly.
stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boran was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters.
Notification, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
I guess you're not allowed to touch that.
A red woman.
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
Well, this place is gonna go boom.
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Outfit!
Oh no, not my healer. Not my healer.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Doing well, enjoying the game. Seems you're at a fun spot. I'm doing fantastic. Besides for this hoarse throat that I have.
Neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
You're fire, apparently.
You okay?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Is Volron...
I could have taken a pot
Have we
shot
finally
just
seen
for
the
old
last of
time's
him?
sakes.
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back.
Man is so angry. He's out at. He's
And
out
right now, those
exploding
things
the
will stand in our
explosion.
way.
It's true.
We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind
I do think
all
that
this,
leap
huh?
is a nice
They
moment.
have the
Is her
Renis Alma in
willing?
their grasp already.
Is her
So
willingly
it's unlikely they'll have
letting
cause to
herself
return to
hurt
Dana.
someone she cares
I
about to
agree
save
that
herself
Rena's
and
our
trusting
best
that he's
shot.
going, okay with it? It
Then we're agreed.
it's strengthened.
back
It
to the
shows the
starship.
strength of trust that they've come to have
But
between each other
seriously,
over the
I
course
was
of the
not
game.
expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, and not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Doily? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance.
Sounds like we really will need to try to make it to the other planet. Oh yeah, I guess that's where we're going now.
Or in order to keep something.
But first I have to
Both sound plausible to my ears.
but first I have to
too, remember?
get some healing supplies.
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Of course, they're not going to let me fast travel out of this place. This planet portion it. I can't take. Oh no, I took that one already. There was one around here. Of course not. The game says no, Jeff. The game always tells me no. Game don't like me. I guess I have to buy two. Done it again. Okay, we'll do this. And then I can do this.
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah! I have no limits! Take this!
Can the caster get up, please?
I don't even know the word defeat. Astral energy!
Say no more.
I'm going to need to use the full power of my ear throat! Here goes! Bullseye! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
With this, I can become even stronger.
I keep the whole game. I've just kept doing this. Menu button for the map. I'm never going to get over it. Hi.
Ow! Ignite!
Here I dance in the wind! Air thrust! Raging cascade!
Swordling Alpha!
Watch this! As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
No further! Rising Wyvern!
Eat it!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara! Dance in the wind!
Armor won't save me!
Air thrust! Raging cascade! Take that! Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust! You get the gist. Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust!
You require a hand.
Can't get out of sight!
You get the gist. Air thrust!
Should have messed with me.
Raging storm! Here goes! Go get it! Celestial runner!
Burn in hell!
Dance!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging cascade!
Armor won't save you! Leave the charges to me! Denied!
Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah!
Eagle fly! Watch it! Take this!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Well, that was a sickle.
Name on 'em.
Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'm on it!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Watch this!
Go get it! Rip magic and lamp!
Anything in
Do
order.
it!
Come on! Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Gotta break through!
Dance in the wind!
Armor won't save you!
You require a hand.
No further! Leave the chargers to me!
Air thrust!
Control far enough!
Raging cascade! Air thrust!
I'm knocked up!
Dance in the wind!
To be let free!
Air thrust! Raging
For some reason, I thought I heard Alphen just say he's knocked up.
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
It's too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust! Blah. Here's a blah, blah, blah! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Raging cascade!
We managed to pull through.
Oh. Had a shower. Feel good. Always feels good after a shower, don't it?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then.
Talk yourself into that
You
one.
mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Well, everything's back online.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
Oh, there's perks to having a lord with
The
us.
relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie. built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
He was also running for the burden
Sounds
of
like
leadership
you're
when he
in it for the
initially
long
joined,
haul.
but now he's joining.
How could I not
He's
be,
choosing to step up
after
on
the
his
second
own.
chance that I've
He
been
is.
granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be
The two
leading
finish saving
people
the
here,
world,
not ruling.
then come back to this discussion.
enough.
Pretty much, yeah.
Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Renan leader. Yep, we're going to Rena. Just get a bunch of this stuff. Bunch of renegades. Time to do some renovations. Oh, yes.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law. In one sense,
Dana's literally going on to enemy home turf.
been a slave this
They
whole
are.
time too.
You, a Renan Lord. How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Okay, we have an ad starting here in like 15 seconds. I'm gonna wait till the ad's over with. So I will be right back, folks. I have more food.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Okay, I need to get some more gold.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
Yes. Yes, we did. It's very hard to do with one hand. Ended up getting some chocolate chip waffles while I was up. They're fantastic. I don't know why they made me walk all the way. I could have just fast traveled.
Thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Oh, shit. Red alert. Red alert.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Unsettling.
Is the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone, look there!
Oh shit. It's blooming pretty, fairly nice. It must be in season.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes.
Is he gonna hit something and it's all gonna come back online?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Four hours already. Don't take long to go do it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
This is it, Ethan. How are
It
you?
looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine.
The poor
I know
Hoodle.
I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Oh, that was priceless.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
I guess real and central. Why does this look like one of those chambers? Like in the starship?
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrecht 35.
Hi.
Hevrecht 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that. Just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
They were traps.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Well.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Sure.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
Sure this will all go well?
Spirit of Rena
Probably
wants
not.
to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know.
No way the Great
we'll
Spirit
tell
is
you
a
as
bad
much as we
entity or
can.
anything?
But be quick.
Nope.
Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Giant space station, random humans. Is this Xenoblade? I don't think so.
Have you guys lived up here in Dake Faisal with Hevric 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally,
This station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain
Makes
why
sense.
Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Dun dun dun!
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Now that you mention it, I think it is. It could be. It does sound a little bit like them.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Here comes a new challenger!
Let's hope this is our last revelation for
Is it living in a space partition? Yeah. Snarku, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hope everybody is well. Raxifaria, welcome in.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
My name is Jeff.
If you mean the first...
Primarily do RPGs here on the channel. We're playing through Tales of Arise for the first
Do you
time.
know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use
Am I liking this bit of the game? So far, so good.
Send it to Rena.
I'm trying to finish this today, but if we don't finish, I'm gonna probably finish it tomorrow.
Problems we had to consider.
I hope your stream went well.
Was how to collect
I apologize for the hoarse
such a
voice I
large
have.
quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with...
Love Harvestella so far. I've heard a lot of good things about Harvestella.
To those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden.
I haven't picked it up yet myself, but even if I did, it'll be
a winner. However, the first
it'll be on the
plan
backlog.
failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied.
Late to the party playing it, but it's beautiful.
The reason for that is because
Good to
the
hear.
Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types.
Final Fantasy and Rune
To amend
Factory.
that, we
Interesting.
set our sights on Dana and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct.
I'll get to it one of
Since
these days.
The Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
Glad you're still enjoying this game, though. Love this game as well. Yeah, like I said, I'm hoping to finish it because we do have the event starting Thursday, and I don't want to leave this till after the event.
From Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated.
Rune
with Rena's
Fantasy
planetary structure.
Final Factory. Now there's the
Everett
title.
35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is
Ugh.
there anything we know that
Congratulations, your
makes no
science
at this
experience
point?
is sucking Dana dry.
I'm
Kudos.
still trying
But
to process the fact that
why?
we Renans were created by that
Why
Helganquil,
exactly?
let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Dahnans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly
I kind of want
control the
pizza, but
Renans
I'm
as
not
well
really sure if I
is
should.
likely because they were
Get
originally
pizza.
Dahnans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big
Deja
fight
vu.
ahead of
Wow,
us.
I've been bullied into.
Because it's
See what you
not
did,
just
Jeff.
Dana on the line, but
So
Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely
you had
sure
it
of
in your
ourselves.
mind to get
So let's go
pizza
ahead and
before you
break
even
off.
asked.
We
So
aren't
why
in any immediate
ask?
danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Why is there an inn?
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danon is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danons have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danons, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danon mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danons again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danons probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danon and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, But maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons. But I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders.
So much power of friendship, sweet.
To protect the people around me.
Yeah, and we'll be going into more games that has the power of friendship. We have an ad starting here shortly, so I'm going to leave Dohalim until the ads are over with. We got to grab a drink, snack, do so. It is a Hoodle plushie. Freaking massive. I'll show off Hoodle now in a minute. This. Yeah, like. He's massive. So he stays there while I play the game. It's the official Bandai one. It's from the Bandai store. Dan was generous enough to gift it to me through Throne.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed.
Big Owl.
It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is.
I didn't think it was going to be that big. That Hula plush is massive.
If what we've heard is a lie,
You missed the black armor, so do I. But you know, we got nice threads, Shadow King.
I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
It does explain why the shipping was a lot.
Being alive, don't you think?
Damn, shipping was more than the
To say
plushie.
the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends.
He had 300 years.
Will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, It's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved.
Glad they have a
so
goal,
we could
but
go back to
shouldn't they
hurting
worry
each
about
other.
killing a great spirit first? Yes.
Maybe this is what she meant.
We have to relinquish the great
When we were
spirit.
talking to
Well,
Kisara
first we got to
earlier,
get the ship fixed and get
about
out of
that
here.
Stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. She will save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dan is still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
It would be pretty dark if they get out of here only to find themselves too late. Rena already consumed Dana. That's all the talking they were doing.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
So that's just the way of Japanese RPGs.
Destruction we all saw in Lenegis,
True.
I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries
Only
ago,
a
the
Sith
astral
deals
energy that appeared at
in
the
absolutes,
Spirit Channeling
Alphen.
ceremony showed Naori that vision.
It's true.
And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns' connection thanks to Naori.
Heverick 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning.
More talking.
It needed us before. It doesn't appear.
I
to
can mean
now.
that in creating the Renis Alma beat the thing. They also created the one thing that could imprison it.
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list.
I will say this though, I really like the cast, despite how chatty they seem to be. They're lovable characters.
Worst comes to worst,
They've done an amazing
Lenegis is
job with
equipped
the
a
cast.
large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine. I'm sure of it.
Right.
I had to come up here and see what it was. Also shows how concerned they are about Dana's NRG becoming sentient. Cast has Rinwell, enough said. It's true. Rinwell lock on a hard carry this cast for me. Their bantering is amazing. Everyone that played this gets annoyed by the skits, but I love learning about the characters and interpersonal relationships. Well, that's one thing that I like is the character development. Did I just spy motion blur? I have no idea.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the Thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen...
And here we go, risking the existence of billions of people so the main character can get the girl.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question.
You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Oh, joy.
I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all.
If only we could just evacuate Lenegis and then set it to self-destruct. That would at least slow down the Spirit's plan.
Fix our starship.
This is
We're
like
going
what?
to Rena.
Moonbase 1 or Moonbase 2 on
But I wanna
the
make one
Transformers
thing clear.
1986 movie, what they were trying to do to Unicron.
To protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man.
The
Is
truth.
it too much to ask for Havrek?
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Havrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Happy Sunday, Heart Trip. How are you? Doing good. It looks like there's been progress. There has been progress.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
The hierarchy.
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost.
Ugh.
Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought...
Dude got the girl that got the trunk.
But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
A party of 6 is now a couple of 3. Or
Hey, why'd you call me
a
here?
few of a couple.
Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're
And all
getting
3
close
couples
to
are
our
great. They
final
are.
battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us
A
and all
trio
that.
of a couples. There you go.
I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run.
Oh, they always gotta have these scenes towards the end. Sebas.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all.
They are not of
changed
age yet.
inside
No.
me.
We'll leave these two out of it.
First time,
I don't know if Law is more suited for Rinwell or the floor, since most battles he ends up on the floor.
only helping you guys fight.
Floor wins.
Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's
Law is the red carpet equivalent.
You almost needed to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
I love it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust
I think they do a good job with these
and
two.
that's enough for me. So I'll trust
these
it
two of them being more like good friends than a couple. There's
remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
There's little
true.
There's little bits where they punch it in where they think it's more of a
and
couple,
everyone else.
but yeah, I think you're right on the right track there with these being more good friends.
It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
They're still younglings.
Well, like
they
you
have
said,
time to
once
develop
Dana's energy comes together, it
after
has
they've
no
saved the
will.
world.
So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us,
Yeah, maybe.
Hevrick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become.
After saving the world, navigating being a couple would seem easy. Yes.
So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Law's a little dense. It'll take him a while. Yeah, because he's always on the ground.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Still love their banter.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
The scenes, the way the character designs is, it's really well
so
done.
Many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen, I want you to promise
It's the blue feathers.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen.
I was just about to say, it brings out our eye color.
You'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the
Character
very
design,
least, it
character
has to
development,
be
general
worth a
art
try.
style, all just works. Does.
You can't be serious.
It's like a 6,900% improvement over the previous Tales games.
Just our problem.
Nice.
It's a threat to our entire world, Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Oh, the intense music.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah.
How her character development has grown, and she's now teasing him. It's great.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
I mean, that seems easy enough.
For both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very
Walls to tear down. Where's Bannings?
I have unlocked all functions on your starship.
Currently in
You can
Zemuria.
now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage.
Our task is relatively simple. Need only defeat a literal god And make two people who hate each other not hate each other. Easy.
We understand.
Can't that
We can
thing
do this.
lighten
We got
up a
this.
bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up. Did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Dude just doesn't understand the power of friendship. If he really wants to understand the power of friendship, he should play Trails.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
It had to be said. Solenification.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death.
There's algae in there somewhere. Gotta be.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying
Would it be wrong to go
freedom
fishing in the Hollow Sea? I mean, if there's a fishing spot, we're definitely going to try.
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
How does the teleporter still have power? Solar panels.
This is where everything began.
Special owls seem to have appeared throughout Dana.
Suffer the same fate, ever.
Owls, you say?
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown,
Hmm.
wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
No.
This is a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling
We'll
or something.
We'll have to see here now. Let me see. Oh, we have one. And two. 3, 4. Okay, so we got 4. There's 4 quests, so we'll check them out.
So the idea is to seal the
Well,
Great
Owl
Spirit inside
B.
the Renaissance
Who?
using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert
The goose
enough
outfit
energy
doesn't look
away
too
from
far
the
off from a
spirit's
Dana
core,
owl.
even temporarily,
We might just be able to
It
weaken
wanted to
it
fit
enough
in.
to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy.
Said last
Our only
night that
shot.
maybe we'll replace the Tonberries with Hoodles.
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change. That's
More
for sure.
Tonberries wearing
The
hoodies.
world will have to adjust to
Fair.
so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule, but if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to
You're
set an
invested
example.
in getting rid of the
With time,
Tonberries.
People will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Oh, I seen my analytics. Outside of the channel, the tomberries are used the most.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Like outside of the channel.
And you can do all the research you want when you retire.
Lol, poke, cozy,
a retirement dedicated to research.
hype,
As for whether Rena is amenable to
cry,
a specimen,
innocent,
It's a little early to be
steer,
giving it
and
serious
heart,
thought just yet.
a man can dream though.
and the gooseberry are
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case,
all on the first page.
dreams have a habit of spiraling into something
The only
else.
one that, the only Trails one that is on the first page, used outside the channel within the last month, is the Wiggle.
Of an ultimatum.
Just a friendly suggestion.
Now inside the channel, they're all mixed. I'm just going by the number of the top emotes used outside the channel.
Always good to be back in familiar territory. Hey. Hmm?
Yes.
Just great.
How's this?
Got it.
Hey.
Yay!
All right.
Time to save the world, but first, side quests.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more
By
intimidating,
spectacle, Lloyd
I guess.
Bannings might make
Or maybe all
a
that tech wizardry inside
return.
takes up a lot of space.
I have to see what's on BCTV too.
Weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Seriously, what the hell?
She wants to be the very best. Like no one ever
I
was.
never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing?
Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of
Why is my cam still hidden? Because I'm into a bit of a coughing fit. So I'm
It's hard to believe I once
muting my mic and coughing.
alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think
Do I have
that's
cough
called
drops?
heat
No, I
stroke.
don't.
You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been
I have a
festering
touch of
under
a
the
head
sun for
cold,
days?
but I'm taking
I wouldn't
medication
chance
for it.
Without boiling it first.
It is what it is.
Oh, I know. I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. He'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see.
We
if
got an
can
ad
muster
starting
up the
shortly
rock
here,
salt.
folks, so I'm gonna
Alphen,
grab
you
something
go
to drink.
cool off in the shade for a while. Shion, stay and keep an eye on him.
We'll see how quickly these side quests can be done, and then we'll do Rena.
Reaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
Welcome back, Law.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of then is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays
Keep
that
them
have
as
gone
pets.
wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Keep doing it. How do I know when I have ads coming? So I manually do my ads. So I don't run pre-rolls. I run ads every hour. So when you add your ad manager to your Twitch dashboard, it actually gives you how long your ads it is before your next ad. I've been the whole game pressing the same button to try to get the map, and it's the menu.
Hey,
Hi.
Alfred, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Yeah, I'm gonna stop doing that right before the final boss. It is handy, because then I can stop it so that or I can stop so that oh god, not this guy.
Hey.
Hey! Yes!
Right.
Gordon Ramsay of this world, exactly.
I don't believe this! Ah!
Okay. Great. Good.
Nice work. Ah!
Ah!
But this is...
Wow.
Have these two been a recurring duo for side quests? The foodie has been. The other guy's just there. She can lecture anyone about food. She eats more of it than anyone else. She does. Pancakes.
This is... Yes!
Donuts!
amazing!
Nice work. Very nice.
You know you want donuts, Dragon.
Thanks.
Yes.
Oh god, they got them both doing it now. My culinary quest has finally come to an end. Chef Jeff? Exactly.
It's huge. I bet it'd be a good way to test my strength. It's on. This one's all mine. Rising Walker. I'm ready. Into the shadow. I'll finish you here and now. Outstanding form. Get out of the way. Explosive ring.
The flashing parts are weak points. Dance in the wind. Air corruption. Sion, astral energy, full throttle!
Glacial spear. I'm almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
You're not paying mind.
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
Forgot I didn't fight this thing at the beginning. Is the Poyo still a thing? I feel like it doesn't happen anymore. It does happen.
Wow, that was a nice move there.
I know, right?
It does indeed.
Couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over.
Stop memorizing my move.
There's a cooldown on the command though. Top floor, okay. I never did come back into this place. What other random giant monsters have you not killed?
I think Hoodle senses something.
I think that was the only one. Look at the size of that thing.
I see you've got your relics all lined up again. What are you doing? Huh? They're so bright now.
Oh, it's you two. I was merely tending to my collection.
Don't you think you've polished them enough by now?
You take better care of your relics than you do yourself.
I try to take good care of them. However, no matter how much work I put in, it refused to respond.
I thought you could hear their voices somehow.
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't actually engage in conversation with them. Not yet.
So if there's one here.
Did they really want you to polish them that much?
If there's one here, then maybe.
I was so enraptured with them, I may have selfishly failed to consider their own wishes. I must open my mind and sincerely engage with them in earnest.
He never gets tired of his relics, does he?
Nope. It is interesting to look at them when they're all lined up together like this, though. Like how these two have similar designs. It makes me wonder if they were made in the same period.
An excellent observation. Yes, I too suspect they're somehow intimately related as well.
We might be on the
See
same
what you
wavelength
two
here,
are
Zach.
talking about it all.
Hmm? What's this? Why, that smear wasn't there previously. Could it be responding to my voice at long last? It's rather viscous and has
Never mind the goose. The Poyo is the real gem. Poyo.
Poodle! These relics are no place for you to do your business. Whew! I'm serious! These are priceless pieces of history!
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands before you catch anything weird.
I sense a strange power from this.
We did it again. I don't want to risk a C-3PO.
Hey.
We probably could.
Oh.
Yay!
I think there's going to be one owl per area.
What? Yeah!
Yes.
Yeah!
I need to do these because this is going to be my gold. No worries, Zach. I'll know if I got all the owls when I visit the locations that I want to visit.
Sure. Got any ideas on what would be good?
Mabo curry. Fried bread stuffed with curry.
You'd probably buy out the whole stock. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Just great.
I guess... Thanks.
This game already told us none are on Lenegus, since it said that strange owls appeared on Dana. Yeah, and they're called Danan owls, so.
Huh?
Well... All right.
All right.
I guess.
Whew.
Got it.
Defeat the Zoogle in the sealed off area. Okay.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
We should be able to cook here.
Wait a minute. Have I told you about the time an owl saved me from a mocking? Yeah, yeah, you have.
Why are you staring at me?
I love how much amazing food we get to eat even when we're out on the road.
Me too. especially compared to what I used to have when I was still a slave. This is paradise.
It's
Throws your
amazing
idea out
what
the window.
good food can do to
Throws
keep
my
your
idea
hopes
out the
up.
window.
Nagal used to say all the time that the power of food is subtle, yet profound.
Although I do have an idea where
think
this one's
that's the
to.
truth. For whatever reason, I find I don't worry nearly as much when I've got a full stomach helping me out.
That's why you shouldn't be such a picky eater.
Huh?
There was a time an owl attacked my brother for no reason, so now he dislikes
on
him.
your plate when you're done.
Come on, what's the big deal?
Back in the day, I couldn't
Does he like
think
Hoodle?
about leaving any food. It was such a
I mean, who
waste
doesn't
to
like
eat it
Hoodle?
all. You needed
Look at the
every
guy.
last scrap of energy.
Exactly. Even when my brother and I didn't have much to eat, we all did what we could to make it taste good and enjoy what we had.
That definitely explains a lot about why you cook the way you do, Kisara.
Dohalim, I bet you don't know what any of that's like. You must be used to food being handed to you on a silver platter.
Sometimes it was gold.
You didn't shy away from that at all.
Although, there was one experience that does come to mind.
Oh?
When I first learned that the food I ate originally came from animals and fish, I was rather taken aback.
You just ate whatever was in front of you without even thinking about it?
That's a silver-spooned elite for you.
Your cooking has really improved, Shion.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it so fun. I'm glad everyone seems to enjoy what I make too.
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients tend to run really low. What's up with that?
That is a good point, Law. And there's a weird difference between the amount of ingredients she prepares.
So the flying
and how much
animals
food actually gets
don't like
served.
him, Dan.
Curious. Very curious indeed.
I don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little when you fry them up?
There it
Or
is.
Maybe she eats all the bad batches herself so we won't notice.
Come on, I wouldn't do anything like that.
Then how would you explain the difference?
Ahem. I have a theory that I wish to propose.
What is it?
As we all know, Shion here can have quite the appetite. I imagine she often taste tests her own food as she prepares it. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late. Far be it from me to level such an accusation, but the facts lead me to conclude that...
She's been snacking while she cooks.
And yet, she still looks so slender in her clothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of envious actually.
Wait a sec, are you guys trying to say she's...
I'm what?
Nothing?
Nothing. Shion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain, and then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
Hey, that worked.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Shion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy, but I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that sound?
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can.
How many skits are there on this
Why do you like spicy food so much anyway?
fireplace?
You know, I haven't thought about that before. Maybe because when I couldn't feel pain, it gave me that kick I was craving.
But now that you can feel pain again, wouldn't your tastes have changed?
Did you like spicy food when you were younger?
Not as much as I do now. At some point, it just became something almost like an addiction, I guess.
I can most certainly relate.
The first
Once
part's
you've had
admitting
your
it.
fill of ordinary food, you cannot help but seek out more unusual fare.
I don't think that's got anything to do with Alphen's tastes. Although I won't deny that you definitely have a thing for exotic food. The stranger, the better.
I just wish I could have gotten you into sweets like me, Alphen.
I like food that's dense.
Yeah,
and
they
keeps you
know
feeling
already.
full myself. It helps you last longer when you're on the move.
You can tell by the teasing.
We all know you're a quantity over quality kind of.
What was that?
I can see what's happening. What? And they don't have a clue. Who?
You know,
Fall in love here on the bottom
Shion's
line.
not
Our
really
trio's
into the
down
same
to
kind of
2.
food most
Oh.
Renans are. Could be it's got something to do with the
That
way
was a
she
good
grew
one.
up.
That's so me. Even when I was little, I was all about food that gives me strength. All meat, all the time.
And I guess Kisara is so good at cooking fish because she can catch them herself.
I'm only good with fish because it used to be the easiest thing to get. When you work with something long enough, it comes naturally to you.
Read that with a song playing in my head.
It's just fine. But what I really like about your cooking is how it tastes homemade. It reminds me of what my mom used to make.
Really? You know, I used to cook a lot of meals for younger kids, and they said the same thing.
Mom of the group.
When you get down to it, I guess the things a person cooks and the foods they like say a lot about the way they've lived.
I don't have a sea bream.
Mmm. Looks perfect and tastes just as good. Well, how's it taste?
The meat is just the right texture and firmness. You can easily taste all of the ingredients that went into it.
I'm impressed you can cut up such a huge fish.
The basic procedure doesn't really change whether a fish is big or small. All it takes is practice.
Still, I feel
Fillet
a
the
little
fish.
bad eating this fish. It's supposed to be a pretty rare species, isn't it?
I'm the type who fishes for food first and foremost. Once I catch something, I cook it up with care so it doesn't go to waste. Don't worry, I took an imprint of it for
Someone who
posterity
only made it
before I
past
turned
boss
into
stuff, it's
steak.
still weird.
The meat is so
Weirds
thick.
me out now that we're
It
saving
almost
both
reminds me a
worlds.
little of
Like, it
meat.
fits the story because everyone has a
What's the
common enemy,
difference?
but it's still
Isn't
weird.
it all meat at the end of the day, regardless
Well,
of
we
where
technically,
it comes
well,
from?
we're technically saving.
guy who always complains
We're
about
saving
not
2
being
worlds,
friendly
but
when we have
the second world is
Look,
actually
as long as it
Lenegus.
tastes good, I don't care what it is.
Because
Even
Rena is a
I'm talking
holified
about
sea.
meat.
It looks thick because that's
But who
how
knows?
big the
Maybe
fish
after we
was.
save it,
There's still
it could
plenty
be
to go
replenished.
around, so feel free to have
Who knows?
more if you want it.
Sure.
But
I'll take
then
another
again,
slice.
they did say it would dissipate when
Grab it while you can, everyone.
we destroyed it.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey,
What is it?
do you think you'd like to
Have you
make
seen
something
Rena?
together?
Make what exactly?
Qualified sea.
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh?
Oh my.
Dinner? Oh, dinner, yes.
Ah.
Yes, of course. Dinner.
Mine out of the gutter, Alpha.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you have in mind?
Well, do you recognize these ingredients?
This is... Wait. Is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we
I
ever
would
had together.
actually sing
Although
that
I
first
remember
part.
it not being being well
Sebas,
received
but
when we had it.
I'm not doing it
Still
with this horse
remember that,
voice.
huh? I'm sorry, Shion.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it, we should be finished in no time.
I never thought we'd
Yes,
end up
but she's
eating
a better
alone
cook
like
now.
this again. Just the two of us.
Yeah, so much has changed when you look back on it. Well, I guess maybe not what we're eating, but still.
No, I'd say even that's changed too, in a sense. Our meals are a whole lot better now.
True. We've both come quite a long way in the culinary arts.
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I put it? It feels like eating together is a lot more enjoyable than it used to be.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, when Dana is saved and our mission is finished, we'll probably still be sitting down to dinner like this, night after
Shion
night.
did something right that day.
Yep, I doubt that much will change. You've always got to eat at some point.
I hope our dinners will always feel like this.
Maybe not exactly like this. Hopefully we won't still be camping out.
Oh, no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen.
Wait till I realize
That'd
that
be
what they're
nice
saying
too.
to each other.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
Standing side by side.
Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Side by side, huh?
Trophy!
Sorry if I'm a bit restless during the night. Morning. Ready to head out?
This time I can agree that they are closer together. Alright, let's see what this, oh, grab that. See what this giant Zoogel's all about.
Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle in that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter?
Oh yeah, there was an owl here. And it goes to where I think the owl's to. Because I was searching the area, a few areas earlier, gathering materials, and I know that there was one thing I got up. There was a chest that I got up here. There he is. Hoo hoo hoo. At the very least, Alphen and Shion do have to say it. They are aware of each other's feelings. They do. Hoo hoo hoo.
That treasure. What a sweet sounding ring it has.
You really think so?
I'm okay, guys.
Rinwell has some strong legs on her. Falling that far.
Did they really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law. What's that huge Zoogle over there?
Thunderite.
Looks like trouble with a capital T. You pick together. We got this.
Not in your dreams. Dance in the wind. Air throttle. carve through the flashing part's their weak point. Here I go. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Air thrust. You get the gist. Do this all day. Super swallow. Far enough.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Here's another. Attack time. Hold on to your arc. Here I come. Air thrust.
I'll run you through.
Leave the enemy's arc to me.
No complaints here.
What if I do? Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Not my finest. Stay away from my...
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
You're mine. Eat dirt.
Raging cascades. Spread. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
You're mine.
Sometimes the best medicine is the toughest to swallow too.
You require a head. Can't get out of this.
Blah blah blah. Match it. Air thrust.
Far enough.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind.
I can carve through.
Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Close one. A new lease on life. Dance in the wind.
The earth throbs in pain.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Hold on to your arc. Here I come. Dance in the wind. Let me help. Air thrust.
Not today.
First aid. Not on my watch. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Magic. Blah blah blah.
Now you're talking.
Air thrust. Close one. I can handle it. Outstanding form. Dance in the
It's time.
Air thrust.
Can't get out of this.
Close one.
To be let free.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Pierce evil. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Attack time.
Will this help? That's quite...
Prepare to be seen.
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too. Close one. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
To be let free.
Not on my watch. Air thrust.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I guess.
Nice work.
No.
That'd be silly.
Dance in the wind.
I can handle it.
Dance in...
The earth throbs in pain.
Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
This.
Air
I'll
thrust.
smash you.
Dance. Air thrust.
You picked the wrong fight.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Just what the doctor ordered.
It's time. No further.
Finish it.
Xion, astral energy. Full throttle. Dance in the wind.
Of course, I had to use the one that had a resistance.
Dance in the wind.
I can handle it.
You. Stay away from my friend.
Dance in the wind.
Far enough.
Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Air thrust. Here's a healing arc. First aid. Dance in the wind.
Prepare to be sealed.
I'll
In a
bring you back
bind.
from death to this. This one's mine. That move. do.
Here comes a big one.
Oh,
Let me show you what the heart can do. Demon shine.
No armor can stop me! Remind me to stay on your good side.
Ready and ready.
You may be strong, but
I don't even know the word defeat.
not my finest. This should do it. It's on. This one's mine.
You're bruised all over. Did you even notice?
Guess I got carried away.
I'm not always going to be around to heal you, you know.
Denied. Take this.
That's quite, unique. Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Better!
Now or never.
In a bind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! I'm sorry.
wow.
Oh, you are gonna pay for this! I'm on a roll now! That's gonna smart. Big blazer! Deny!
What the?
I can't move. Super swallow dance! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! I can carve through. The enemy is going all out! Sometimes the best medicine is the toughest.
Thanks, Gianna.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I'm sorry.
Eat this one's all mine. Eat dirt.
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. I've let you all down.
That's gonna smart.
Destruction.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! I'm going to need to use
Ready to go!
to accomplish this. Healing art!
In a bind?
Can't be happening. Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Not my finest.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Oh, this is lovely.
Air thrust! The enemy is going all out!
It's gonna
We'll
attack.
let you without you. Watch out! Not on my watch!
Now or never.
No further.
Sometimes the best medicine is the toughest. I'm sorry.
You picked the wrong fight. Swallow dance. Far enough. Dust to dust. Swallow blade.
That's gonna smart.
I can carve through armor.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
It's time. Can't
Don't
get out
give
of
up!
this.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing.
I've
Dance
let
in
you all down.
Air thrust! Thanks! Just what I needed. Dance in the wind!
Things are going.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Just what the doctor ordered. Air thrust!
Ready to go! Far enough!
Demon Fang.
Dance in the wind!
vine!
Air thrust! Take care of Metal!
Watch this!
Here, let me help! Dance in the wind!
Not
Air
now!
thrust!
Not ever!
No. Dance in the wind! Don't leave me!
Far enough!
Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust! I can't lose! Blah, blah, blah!
Can't move!
Air thrust!
Swallow dance! Watch this! Ready and ready! Now you see what I can do! Take this!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! They're crumbling!
Now we beat the crap out of them!
Remind me to stay on your good side. Air thrust! Take care of Pluto. Just what the doctor ordered. Dance in the wind! And the enemy is going all out! Sometimes the best medicine is the toughest to swallow.
Leave the chargers to me! Far enough!
Is she frozen or what?
Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Demon Fang!
In a vine?
This one's mine!
Rising Wyvern!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Dance in the wind! I'll bring you Air back thrust! From death's abyss! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! What my heart can do! Rise and shine! Close one! Resurrection! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Swallow Blade!
Ready to go! Far enough! Air thrust! Dance in the wind!
Now you see what I can do!
It's weakened!
Take this! I'm sorry, in a vine?
We've all got enough. Air thrust!
Yes, ma'am!
Air thrust! The enemy is going all out! Dance in the
I
wind!
can carve through armor!
Air thrust! Close one! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Sometimes the best medicine is the toughest to swallow too.
Now or never! In a vine?
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Dance in the wind! Far enough! Bring you back from death's abyss! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! I'm going to need to use all the power of my chakra to accomplish this. Dance in the wind! This one's mine! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Now or never.
Air thrust!
Can't get out of this!
You get the gist. Air thrust! You get the gist. Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust! Close one. Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I almost got him. I used a few resources though in order to do it.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is there!
Prepare to be sealed! Can't get out of this! I'm on a roll!
Air thrust! Kikara frozen!
Hammer!
I got the bunk.
Huh? What's a letter doing in a place like this?
Hell if I know. I highly doubt that Zoogle was trying to guard it. Still, somebody must have left it for some...
Well, that means the game's showing how difficult the mini bosses in the end game may be. Probably.
Law.
Huh? What's up?
Something up?
It's from my old man. My dear son, I wonder how things will be between us by the time you read this.
In any case, I first want to congratulate you on all that you've accomplished. Making it this far requires a strong body, fine technique, an unwavering spirit, and most of all, friends that you can count on. If you have all of that, then I, as your father, have nothing to worry about. Those things together will always keep you on the right path. That brings me to what I really wish to discuss with you.
Yeah, law Zephyr Skid.
As with all of us, there will someday come a time when you'll be a grown man who can and must think and act for himself. Whether you'll live in a world where blood will no longer be spilled between Dahnans and Renans, or when that day arrives, nobody can say. But even if peace still eludes us then, you'll have to decide how to live in this world. Listen to others with an open heart, but don't be swept away by their words. Always live on your terms. One more thing. If I ever see you again, I hope to say this to you in person, but neither of us knows what tomorrow may bring. Know this. Whatever you think of me and what I've done, your mother and I love you very, very much.
And there's nothing in this whole world that will ever change that. Your father, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
Yeah, you find out when they're in Cyslodia.
I can't believe he's only telling me all this after he's gone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Zephyr once told me that living freely meant being your own master. I think he wanted to make sure you know how he felt one way or another. What you do with that knowledge is up to you.
But that still doesn't explain why his father left that letter for him here, of all places.
Don't forget, we were led to this place. We may well get some answers if we go back to the source of all this.
Hey, she's pretty.
Law is doing both by supporting the man that Zephyr put it in the... Yeah, he definitely is.
Hey.
Hey. I guess... No way. Damn. Whew.
All right.
This is...
Thanks.
Zephyr's ring. Well, that's not good. Hold on, folks. I have to find my cord for my charger. No worries, Zach. Take care, buddy. Interesting. Okay. Mm-hmm.
You okay, Law? You seem kind of quiet.
I'm fine. Just feels a little weird returning home now that my dad's not here, I guess. Oh man, sorry. I didn't mean to bum you out too.
So I guess that means you'll be visiting your dad's grave while you're here. Right, Law?
His grave? What are you, nuts? There is no grave. The Rena would only destroy it the moment they found it.
Back before Calaglia was liberated, dead slaves would be dumped in mass burial sites. Either that or thrown on top of a bonfire. We got used to cremating our own to deny them the pleasure. Then we'd sprinkle the ashes from high up as a way of returning them to the motherland.
It's all we could do. That's the ceremony we had when my mom died, too.
But that was back then, right? Calaglia is liberated now. There's nothing to stop you from raising a true grave anymore.
I suppose you've got a point. Once you've been doing something for generations, though, it sort of begins to take root. It's a tradition of its own now.
My dad wouldn't want that anyway. Cheap and simple, he'd say. Besides, I can't treat him differently than my mom. They might not end up meeting on the other side.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Wow, imagine. The two of them reunited, back home where they belong. They're probably watching over us right now, at one with great Dana. There's something almost poetic about it.
That's why I can't afford to screw up. If I know my pops, something as paltry as death won't stop him from coming to box my ears. Still, better than being left alone, I guess. Better than never knowing. You hear that, Dad? I'll make you proud. You'll see.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Let's see. What do we have?
always good to be back in familiar territory.
Dohalim pancakes!
Huh?
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either. Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
Yeah, so we'd noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Dahnan uprising in Calaglia, the crown contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time. The fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just, what do you take me for
That's
exactly?
what that smoke was.
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further. Some lessons just can't be taught.
Not to dolts, anyway.
Hey, Kisara. What's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicente was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
Now that's a word.
I'd like to see someone try to
Circumloquation?
impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Filled with equal parts compassion and passion, always ready to boldly rescue anyone from the perils of the munchies. Delectable, ineffable Dohalim pancakes! Get 'em while they're hot!
That's quite the sales pitch.
This is all new to me as well, I assure you.
Why, if it isn't Lord Dohalim himself! Care for a pancake, my lord?
Might as well have some while we're here.
Indeed. However, I'm not sure how I feel about eating my own visage in front of the populace.
At least let me show you how to make them! I'll also teach you the most important part, how to draw Lord Dohalim.
Oh, this sounds like pure gold. I'm game.
Hey, we should make some pancakes right now.
They were drawing Dohalim's face back there. That seems like a handy trick to keep in your back pocket.
The recipe's light on ingredients, and a little extra work could bring the flavor right out.
Great, then let's make some together. Our very own personalized pancakes.
Sure, I got this.
You're out, Alphen. I still eat spicy pancakes. You're out too, Kisara. You'd win easily.
Win what? Is it a competition?
Yes! A contest between me, Shion, and Dohalim.
Wait, what? I'm more of an eating specialist.
You can say that again.
I accept any and all challenges.
Great. Then I'll be the judge.
I can gather the ingredients.
Okay, then it's on.
They left live.
Hey, what about me?
Maybe we'll have some luck finding what we need at the farm.
Cooking? Yes, cooking.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Right. Thanks.
Oh. Whoa! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to find out once and for all whose pancakes reign supreme.
I guess he's emceeing now.
Let's hear some thoughts from Kisara, our judge.
Indeed. This is a highly eclectic group of competitors. I look forward to seeing what they produce for us today.
Expectations sure are running high. Ah, and here comes Shion with her entry.
I applied all of my know-how to this, and put extra care into the visual presentation.
Well, that's bold.
Nothing wrong with Shion holding her head high. Let's see how it tastes. What?
I mixed in some candy that tingles the tongue.
Oh, I see. It's creative. I'll give it that. But it's quite, a mouthful, as it were.
If you wiped the floor with a lot of them, she would.
Sweet.
Well, I should hope so. I put in as much food and sugar as I could. It should provide 3 days worth of nourishment.
3 days.
3 days worth?
Our judge has been left stunned.
And not in a good way.
Now it's time for the Lord himself.
Here is what I made.
What the?
Dohalim pancakes.
I can't believe he actually did the art.
Go on, relish my crowning achievement to your heart's content.
Well, don't mind if I do.
Not even a moment's pause.
Dohalim, there's some strange liquid leaking out of this.
Indeed. I gathered delicacies the world over and packed them all in. That's what makes my masterpiece so good. Pancakes are overrated anyways.
And you're out.
Defeat.
And just like that, his lordship is disqualified.
What do I do? I just made regular old pancakes. They're both just so eccentric. And mine is so... How am I supposed to follow their acts?
Rinwell, you're up.
Okay, I'm coming. Just putting on some finishing touches. Woo! Oh, Oodle.
Oodle.
Ah, your face. Whew. Are you sure? Well, okay. I'll never forget you, Hoodle. Okay, made it. Here you go.
Oh no, you didn't. Never mind.
Leave it to me.
See what Judge
I'll get you home.
What are you?
It's
It's nice and soft around the edges.
Oh,
and yet
great.
There's a hoodle face firmly imprinted in the middle. The contrast of fluffiness and firmness is simply fascinating. And there's a sweet texture that's nicely offset by the jam's tartness. That, and it's the strangest thing, it gives me this odd sense of ardor and conviction. I give this a perfect winning score.
Yeah.
Rinwell takes the title!
Looks like you reign supreme over pancakedom.
I don't understand. I thought I'd gotten the look and taste perfect. What could I have done wrong? Huh? Where's Kisara?
She took off running to burn off the food she ate.
I may have done her a disservice. I guess I was only thinking about what I personally would want to eat.
You know, these other ones are actually pretty good. I could go for more of this texture and salty sweetness.
I agree. Still, they pale next to Rinwell's pancakes.
Yeah, no question there.
In fact, I would love to partake in them again sometime. Whatever gave it such a fright?
Don't worry about it. I'll draw all of your faces next time.
I can't wait.
You just draw them, right?
More owl pancakes. Oh, wait, now. There's a couple places in here I want to check to see if there's an owl.
Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. They could also be strict, though, especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well. Of course, if I'd had known that one day I'd be doing this, I would have taken my studies more seriously. What about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constantly that training was the only way to survive in a world like this. It got bad enough that I ended up running away and siding with the Renans of all people. And now, I've got that training.
Owl pancakes? What's going on here? Also, hey everybody, what's up, Rakchan? How are you?
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
You don't say. So, did your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow.
I'm able to 100% FF4 3D thanks to speedrunners. I'm good. That goes with you. I'm fantastic. Besides for the hoarse voice, I'm doing fantastic.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something about Cyslodia always feels mysterious to me. Solemn almost.
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own Octalina Palace is no slouch.
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the shadows on the silvery white snow, it has a certain indescribable quality.
Indeed. It was boorish of me to even suggest such a comparison.
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still, more pleasant now that the locals aren't quite as frosty towards us.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty for your warm self.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm feeling better.
Besides,
Just the
really, I'm the one who...
I need to get my voice back, that's all.
Hung up on the past for a change. Take what you've learned and put it to use in the future instead.
An unexamined past can be just as dangerous in its own right.
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain someone I know.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the same thing about one or two of the other women around here.
Tell me about it.
I think I'll refrain from commenting on this one.
Hootle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty red meat sound better, boy?
Stop trying to coax him away with treats. Get your own adorable sidekick if you're so desperate for one.
He appears to enjoy being the center of attention.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell used to be joined at the hip, or shoulder to talon.
It's not just Hootle who's become more trusting. Isn't that so, Rinwell?
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose since we've been together, I've done my share of coming out of my own shell too.
Well then, I guess with you and Hootle, that makes us all one big happy family.
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hootle will come over and sit next to me. I only wish I could actually pet him.
Oh, you will someday. You won't believe how soft he is.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old Featherbrain without him trying to claw me to ribbons.
Really? He seems tame enough around everyone else. Maybe it's just Hootle's way of establishing dominance?
That's dogs, not owls.
What's going on when Hootle pecks at you?
I don't know. Like when I'm talking to Rinwell, it's like he's trying to muscle me out or something. Unless... Wait, you don't suppose I make him jealous?
Come again?
Ow! Get off of me, you insecure fluffball!
I rather think they make a good comedic pairing.
All right, I don't know about anybody else, but it goes Rinwell, Hootle. Then probably She-Hon and then Alphen. Ah.
There's history in the air here.
35.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
So here, I'm going to say rather the library or the Lord's Chamber. It could be the Lord's quarters. Guardian of Twilight, thank you for the Prime Gaming 6 months. Enjoy those emotes in the ad-free viewing. Okay, I was wrong.
Looks like we made it here in one piece. Right.
Their future.
Saxleo Temple.
Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Wow.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history especially.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but you
As
sure
expected.
mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
The young romance of Law and
I'm
Rinwell.
interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
Rinwell.
Thunderblade!
Ah, what the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back.
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Sorry, it's just... I don't know, I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, a lot's changed now he's got his senses back and all.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like we did, then I never would have experienced these feelings, so... I guess it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but I
They
know
do,
what
Dan.
it
They
feels
do.
like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Poodle the
He's
hater.
still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Shion, but that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long
long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I'll say, cooking immediately springs to mind. And if it's someone's favorite,
You have to know how to
all the
cook.
better. If there's something on your
That's a
mind
given.
that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alvin's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team.
Oh yeah, everybody should know how to cook. There's some out there that can't, but
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must
Katara's
have
a
been
good wing
something
woman.
more.
She
Once,
is.
maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the? An ambush?
Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zoogle?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zoogle or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only
There
natural
was a bug.
insects would feel more at home here than Menancia. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard! I never thought about this until now, Alphen. But doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time? You feel heat and cold again, don't you?
Admittedly, yeah.
Ugh.
It can get pretty toasty in this thing.
Is it hard when your back starts to itch?
Oh, you bet. Plus, my shoulders get stiff wearing it, even if it's not all that heavy.
Kisara looks like she manages all right with her armor.
Armor takes a strong body and a stout heart.
Spoken like a true guardsman. Not that I really get what you mean.
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be. Like, what do you do when you need to take a leak?
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a pain, yeah. More things to take off.
That sucks, man. Wouldn't it be easier if you just walked around outside of your armor most of the time instead?
You never know when the enemy might attack. As tempting as it might be to take it off, it's not worth getting killed over.
So basically, you're screwed if you ever get attacked while taking a dump. Right, Rinwell?
Are you doing this on purpose?
One big thing is the massive cleanup session entails skits upon skits upon skits upon skits. There is. Law's asking the real questions. He is. These questions must have answers. We need a Hoodle Judge emote. Okay, put that in Discord. Remember suggesting I cook up a snake because it wouldn't stop coming from our front porch? Thought I suggested eating poop. The way my stepdad looked at me. Wow. Tales of Berseria had the skits spaced out much better. Arise was weird how they had several in a row so often. And I find this more towards the end game than anything else. Yeah, okay. I feel like it's been most apparent in Arise, or am I wrong? Like many back-to-back skits. Yeah, and like I said, it's mostly towards the end game of the game. Every time you hit a campfire right after a major story event, there's a bunch of skits. Interesting. I just realized I'm an idiot. I went through all that and I didn't have to.
Did anybody see that?
Owl!
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Who? I sense a strange power from this.
Ooh. never even had to come in here anyway.
Whew. I don't sense any more enemies.
Next week will be a pain. Hurricane is coming, so that means people will panic and buy. Fun. That it is getting into hurricane season.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Just great.
Cheers.
Cheers!
What? Nice try, you two.
Never.
Wait. Something's...
I couldn't get...
Oh no. This is just like what happened before. Alphen!
I'm alone. I'm all alone.
What can I do to get her to snap out of it? There aren't any thorns this time. Oh, I've got it!
Alphen?
Shion, you're not alone. You've got all of us. And it wasn't just one bouquet either. There's also this one from me. So please, we'll fight this together.
Wow.
You dummy! That's not what I was upset about. How many times do I need to tell you not to blindly rush into things?
That said, it does make me feel better. Even if your bouquet is just a weapon named after one.
I'm just glad I could help. And I made another one to go with it, so it wouldn't be lonely either.
You never cease to amaze me, Alphen. Seriously.
Wedding cake cutter. He's jumping ahead of himself. The exact reason why I stock stuff for when people freak out for no good reason. Yeah, that's usually what happens.
Are those two discussing relics again?
Then it's a promise.
Indeed it is.
Law, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh, Kisara. It's nothing. It's just those two are being sneaky over there. I heard something about a promise.
A promise? If it has to do with relics, then what...
Wait. You don't think they're gonna ditch us to become treasure hunters, do you?
I really doubt that.
You never know. He's pretty damn crazy for those relics of his.
Yeah, that's true.
It'd make things difficult for you if they just up and disappeared on us, right?
Yeah, that'd cause some problems.
We've got to do something to stop them.
Hey, what if we collected all of the relics ourselves?
Oh boy.
That's it! Then they wouldn't have to go anywhere!
We might not be able to hear them talk like he can, but we can still search for them anywhere that looks likely.
Yeah, between the two of us, I'm sure we won't miss a single one.
Speaking of which, why are you so concerned about them taking off?
Huh? Well, you see...
This is going to be so great!
Indeed. Once we're finished, we can hold it in the palace.
A Dahnan Relic Exhibition!
I'll let you serve as our exhibit guide, Rinwell.
This ended up being one of those 1+1 equals 12 conversations, didn't it? It did.
And, if you could, please ensure that Hootle stays far, far away from the exhibits.
Who? Feeling better now, Shion?
I'm sorry I lost my cool like that. Don't.
Ooh, what's this?
It's not like I have any room for criticism.
Being a grown-up isn't easy, is it?
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Here comes a new challenger!
Scott, what's up, buddy? How are you? I'm missing... We're missing 2 owls, by the looks of it. We're missing 2 owls. Dice, welcome in. Welcome in, everybody, from Scott's stream. If you don't know who I am Jeff. We play a lot of RPGs here. We are currently playing through our first playthrough of Tales of Arise. We're in the end game. We're probably not going to finish it tonight because we're looking for owls. But we're going to finish it before Thursday because Thursday we're doing our Trails event. The entire month of September we are playing through Trails in the Sky.
Relinquish it to me.
And we're going to be raising money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Thank you for the follow. It is important work. It is. At least we have an idea where they are, I think. Yes. The owls and Hootle are the most important part. Yeah, they are. See? They are adorable. Okay, so that's... time for me to head bed because work tomorrow, blah. Alright, Sealan. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. I apologize too for the hoarse voice I have. I lost my voice earlier the week and it's slowly coming back to me. No. Horrible. Scott, how was your stream? I'm trying to remember where these were. I feel like one was Menancia. Fun I get to hang out with Steph on Sundays and have fun co-op stream on Sundays. Oh, you're playing through Raincoat. Is it Raincoat you're playing through? I think I've caught one. Set it on the background. It looks like an interesting game. I don't even know where I should look. Need to watch Raincoat. I don't plan to play it myself, but I do want to see the story and all.
We've reached our
You guys been doing it for what, 3 or 4 Sundays now?
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Well, let's see what they have to say.
Oh my lord. Since middle of July. We have the Wonder Bird.
Just great. Wow.
Recorders. Interesting. Apparently, I got distracted by side quests, so we're not going to finish this game today.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to have to finish it tomorrow.
All right. Very well. How does this voice recording thing work?
Typical JRPG, throwing every side quest known to man right before the end. Yes. Yes.
Hello, I'm Alphen.
It's all right though. I'm okay as long as we finish before Thursday. But now we're also going to be watching the first 6 episodes of Sword Art Online in Discord Tuesday and Wednesday. So yeah, we only have tomorrow night.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Hmm? Huh?
Busy week. Yeah, it is a busy week. I know a few have mentioned that we watched Sword Art Online in both mine and Sci-Fane's stream. So that's what we're doing.
Gotcha. Watch it.
Ugh, hey.
I gotta go to the 3rd floor. All that's going through my head now is where are those owls to? Like, where could they be?
Yes. Ah.
It's going to be one of those weeks where we are going to be busy and tired at the same time. Yes. Although my work schedule is not too bad so far.
Perhaps.
Oh, we got to get the Oh. Uh-huh.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Finding all those owls would be a hoot.
Hmm? Yeah.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Yes. Yes.
I gotta walk out here just to see if there's a There's not. Okay.
We've reached our destination.
I wonder, could one be in the inn?
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
No.
Yes!
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Yeah! Excuse me!
We've reached our destination.
I'm just gonna see here now. Cat gets priority to speak. It does. I mean, it should. It's Cat. I guess we'll be seeing that pop cat in I guess we'll be seeing our favorite cat when it comes to Reverie in October.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
What was that?
Everything okay there, big guy? You look kind of pissed.
I'll say. He looks like he wants to bite the head off something.
What's eating at you? Come on, Alphen. You're gonna bring us all down if you keep that ferocious scowl on.
Oh, sorry. Do I really
True.
look that ticked off?
Yeah, it kinda makes you hard to talk to. So, what's bothering you?
It's a pebble.
A pebble?
Snuck its way into the back of my boot. I can't seem to get rid of it.
Oh, I totally get you. Weird how much it can get on your nerves, huh?
Yeah.
I can relate to this so
Barely
much.
Bigger than a grain of sand. So how come it feels like I'm walking around on hot nails?
You know, maybe this is a crazy solution, but you could just take your boot off and give it a shake.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, of course. You're right. Phew. It's like I've been given a new lease on life. Thanks for the tip, Shion.
Seemed kind of obvious, but you're welcome? That's the trouble with windy places. All that fine debris ends up getting into your hair and clothes.
Alphen, is it just me, or have you become extra sensitive ever since getting your sense of pain back?
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was a fly buzzing around that annoyed him so much, he unsheathed the blazing sword.
So much for sensitive. That's just being a Mr. Cranky Pants.
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing new on that front then.
What's the matter, Alphen? You look a little tense.
It's nothing, really.
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point.
Flies are
Hence
annoying,
the
so I don't blame
building
Alpha for
frustration
that.
showing
I've had
plainly on
3
his face.
flies land on my monitors
Would you
tonight.
stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
Of course, he had to give us the quest that, like, you have to go to every area. Mosquitoes are more annoying and always try to suck your blood. Mosquitoes are horrible.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I've had a few mosquito bites on the back of my legs this summer. It's a pain in the ass trying to get comfortable.
We've reached our destination.
Mm-hmm.
Let's erase that one.
Don't, Shion. We need everyone's voices. Ah! Why are your thorns more painful than usual? Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Yeah.
That's what hydrocortisone is for. I tend not to use. I don't use anything. I'm a sucker for punishment. If I don't put that cream on mosquito bites, I swear every time I end up scratching so much that they leave permanent scars. I tend to, they itch, but
Always
I
good to be
tend
back in
to
familiar territory.
force myself not to scratch for some reason. All right, I'll be back in a minute. We got some ads going, so I'm gonna use the washroom real quick. All right.
You did good. That can't be.
Really?
Is that so?
What's wrong? Very well.
Ooh, that's a nice bit of gold.
Hey, Alfred. Let me hear Tigrina's voice.
Sure, here.
Oh.
You little... Go take a trip around the Twin Worlds and never come back!
I'm gonna try in here again. For being so dense, I guess Law really is a teenage boy. He's a real boy. There's a lot more rooms in here, so maybe I should look into some of them for an owl. Ooh.
I think Hootle senses something.
Owl. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
That treasure. What a sweet sounding ring it has.
You really think so?
Ooh. 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 I think this one is the last one. This is all destroyed though. If we get someone to watch our owls, would they be a hoot nanny?
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Sure, we can go with that.
Oh?
Ship sank, drifted to this island. No way off. Send help.
Right.
We got a letter and a bottle.
Okay, off we go.
Rather have a genie? I would too, actually.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
God, that song brings me back. You know, you're getting old, man.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zeugles, I would reckon.
Owl!
Other than them.
Isn't that all Madria's?
So this is where her ship drifted.
Then the one who wrote the letter is...
Alive, but badly wounded. I doubt many of the others have survived.
Let's survey the area.
Gotta break through!
Dance in the wind!
I'll smash you!
Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Now take this!
If they rush you, you gotta jump for cover, okay? Here's another! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Rising Wyvern!
Take that!
Swallow dance!
It all depends on the gin.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Right, here goes!
Dance in the wind!
Damn it!
Air thrust!
Far enough!
Rick!
Flaming thrust!
Mega ray! Press!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Dance in the wind!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Raging cascade!
Do you require a hand?
Explosion! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! We're in the home stretch, guys. What she said never on the prize. That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Do it! Alvin! Astral energy!
Say no more. That astral energy was incredible.
I gave it everything I had.
We should be able to cook here.
Okay. How is this guy able to go everywhere? Oh no. I seen it.
Hi, Hoodle!
You picked the wrong
Air thrust! Gemini Aqua! Super swallow dance! Leave the charges to me! Do it, Alvin! Astral energy!
Say no
I seen the thing.
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work.
Seen the thing.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Armor won't save you!
You have no idea what I'm talking about? Uh-huh.
Are those arms even natural? Air thrust!
You made quick work of them. Want me to pick up your slack, friend? Just pointing it out.
As impressive as always. No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
Step back. This one's all law.
There's something in the water.
Is it a monkey? No, I seen a fishing spot.
Gotta break through. Dance in the wind. Burn. Air tear you apart. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Power of flame. Sword right now. Air thrust. Away. Talon storm. By the power of water. Here's another. Rising wyvern. Burning. Air thrust.
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
Whoa!
Sturdy Megabone. My. There's an item I just grabbed. I don't know where they get the names to this stuff.
I think I'll try to make that new recipe with this.
All right, but I'll decide how spicy it is.
Ooh, gold chunks. They sell for a lot. Why does all the water in the game look so good? It's because the water mechanics are great. And it's Unreal Engine 5. You know, I thought of that too, Snarku. Why don't you just make the food and just give Alvin the spices later? I was wondering what happened to this guy.
Lord Dohalim. I figured I'd find you here, Kelzelik.
You knew he'd be here?
The handwriting on the note was all too familiar to me.
Did you come all the way out here to mock me, or have you changed your mind about putting me to death?
What if I had?
You have no right. You who abandoned your lordly duties and chose to fraternize with embeddeds of all people! And for what? How could someone as powerful as yourself turn your back upon the crown contest?
Not this again.
I ran from this once, but I must face it now. The crown contest was never for me. I apologize for dragging you along, but I do not regret my choice in the slightest. Listen to me, Kelzelik. People change. They can change given time, and regardless of their race. I know you're a capable man. You could do so much for others if you were so inclined.
Me? Impossible. It's too late for me. Death. Death closes in on me wherever I go.
What?
Oh, hi.
That's Almetrius.
Is she alive too?
It's death!
Has this thing become even more ruthless?
There's nothing more fearsome than a wounded beast, especially without its master.
Well, I'm not leaving it to its own devices.
Forward walls! Inferno! Dance in the wind! For the weak air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
To be let free.
Blah, blah, blah!
Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down! You get the gist. Air thrust!
These fists have got your name on them.
Don't give up! Air thrust! Glacial spear! Pierce evil! You get the gist. Air thrust! Dance in...
Now or never.
Hasten! Air thrust! In a bind! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is air! Air thrust! Air thrust! Explosion! Ready to go! Far enough! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Don't leave me! Healing circle!
It's time to let you all
Dance in the
down.
wind! Air thrust! Mega ray! Dance in the wind! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation! Dance in the wind!
Glacial
Air
spear.
thrust! Pierce evil!
No further.
Freeze laser! Sorry.
Mountain Wyvern!
I'll bring you back from death's
Can't
abyss.
move. Talon storm!
Searing tempest!
Be smart.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish this. Here's a healing art.
Anything in armor is
Fine. Dance in the art expert coming through. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah.
That's so much health.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
no further.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is air. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Air thrust.
Talon storm!
Better.
I'll smash you!
Leave the chargers to me.
Let you all down.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
You require a hand. Not today!
Sinking. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
In a bind.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Dragon shout! Now in the groove.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Magic. Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Air thrust.
Nothing gets by me.
Air thrust.
In a bind.
Annihilation by the power of flame. Finish with air thrust. Dance in the wind. Dance in the wind. Air
Not
thrust.
today! This should do it! You're mine!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind.
I feel like
Air thrust.
Law just
You require a hand.
Freeze lancer.
I can handle it.
Resuscitation. Dance.
To be let free!
Air thrust.
Take this!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Rising Wyvern!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Take care of Poodle.
it's only a matter of time before that happened.
Pay for that!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation. I'm going to need to dance in the wind. Air thrust.
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Air
Yes,
thrust.
ma'am! You require a hand.
Gemini Aqua.
Can't get out of this!
Annihilation. Ready.
Burn!
Burning. Dance freeze lancer. Air thrust. Resurrection. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Annihilation. Lightning.
out of this!
Explosion!
Get some rest, Drake.
Now you see what I can...
Air thrust! Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze laser! Whirlwind smash! Dance in the wind! Explosion! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Play nice! Will this help? Air thrust! Denied! Healing circle! Dance in the wind!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that is silly.
Now or never. Can't get out of this!
Healing circle! I'm out of ammo! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! I won't give up!
Stay away from my friend!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Yours to be let free!
Dance in the wind!
All mine!
Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Magic is it!
I can handle it.
Far enough! Take this!
Air thrust!
No further!
Blah blah blah! Do it! Air thrust! Eon! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go! There! Go! And again! Back into the fray! Dance in the wind! Air
I'll
thrust!
bring you back from death's abyss.
The enemy is going all out!
This can't be happening.
Yeah, that's happening.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
You picked the wrong fight!
Will this help? I'm going to need to use all the power.
The earth throbs in pain.
No further!
Air thrust!
Yeah, that was a scream from Malvin, yeah.
Far enough!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I'll tear you apart! Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Be still!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
The earth throbs in pain.
Take this! You picked the wrong fight!
Dance in the wind! Pierce evil! Air thrust! Freeze laser! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Nothing gets by me.
Attack time!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind!
Prepare to be sealed! Can't get out of this!
Denied.
You're mine!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Glacial spear.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Raging cascade!
It's time! Can't get out of this!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Can't be happening.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I can feel the medicine.
Dance in the wind!
I'm ready.
Air thrust!
Denied.
Annihilation! Here!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Primed and ready! Resuscitation!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts. to
Dance in the
recover.
wind! Air thrust! It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Air thrust!
It's time!
By the power of flame! Dance in the wind! Without a trace! Air
Burn
thrust!
in hell!
Explosion! Dance in the wind!
What's up, Backguard?
Amazing. In a bind. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Nothing gets by me.
Air thrust.
That's quite, unique.
This one's mine. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Do you require a hand?
Can't get out of this. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
How was it?
Better. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Leave the charges to me. Denied.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Close one. Radiant pierce. Primed and ready.
I'm almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind.
Yeah, the super ultra rare item we would never use.
Air thrust.
This one's mine.
It's gonna attack.
Right, watch out.
Now you see what I can do.
Ready to go.
I won't give up.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
What was I thinking? Far enough.
The earth throbs in pain.
Can't get out of this.
Raven sight is yours to be let free!
They're not playing around.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. May the power of flame. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
This can't be happening.
I didn't expect this fight.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Close one.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Do you require a hand?
Take this. I'll smash you. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. I'm on it.
Leave the charges to me.
Dance Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Glacial spear. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Blazing flame. Gemini Aqua. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
The earth throbs in pain.
Take this. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Attack time. I flay you all down. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Freeze laser. Ready to go. Far enough.
It's weakened.
Air thrust.
This ends now!
Air thrust.
That'll bring you down. Max.
Now or never.
Take this.
Blah, blah, blah.
Air thrust.
You get the gist.
You picked the wrong...
Do it.
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Whew.
There.
Would you come with us? We can take you someplace safe.
To where? Where could I possibly be safe from that?
What are you talking about? We already took care of the monster.
No! Death is immortal by its very nature. Even now it haunts me. It hounds me. The Silver Death curses me incessantly with its many faces, many voices. Don't follow me. Leave me be. Leave me alone.
What's happened to him?
Yeah, he gone cray-cray.
Whatever it is, it seems we have read the situation wrong.
He spoke of a silver death. Do you think he could be referring to the people back in Vicente that he hollowed?
He did so at Almeidria's urging. I'm sure that somewhere deep down, he felt guilt and remorse for what he did. It was easy to blame it all on Almeidria while she was alive. But now that she's gone, he has no one left but himself to blame for his own misdeeds. He's alone with his guilt on this island.
But it sounds like he lacked the mental fortitude.
It did become a big kaboom last we saw it. True.
Makes sense. Sounds like just desserts to me.
Almeidria's monsters had nothing to do with it then.
So he was a Renan, yet he regretted his part in the Danan's persecution. And now he's beyond help.
Should we really just wash our hands of him, though?
To be honest, it seems like he's punished himself far more than any punishment we could hope to mete out. Dohalim.
If I hadn't met all of you, No, even after that. If I hadn't accompanied you on this journey, it's entirely possible that might have been me.
But you did. You're here with us now. And you didn't stumble upon redemption, Dohalim. This is the path you chose for yourself.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
A hard-won victory.
Oh ho! Oh. Oh.
What a wonderful treasure this is.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
We got them all.
It's like we've assembled every single owl in Dana.
You know, looking at them all, I think we very well may have. Talk about a spectacular sight.
Yeah. His Majesty and Her Majesty both seem pleased as well.
When she's all alone, her thoughts drift to sad places. I did all this so that she could have lots of friends and live happily ever after.
Hey, I get a little grumpy sometimes.
I'm interpreting for the owls, not talking about you.
Well, at least Hootle isn't alone anymore, right?
Right. Hey, Hootle? Hootle, I think you should stay.
No.
If you keep traveling with us, it's going to be constant fighting, and you'll be put in a lot more danger. But this is a safe place, filled with lots of friends for you. Plus, you can learn lots of new stuff with friends. Just like all the new things I've gotten to learn since I met Alphen and everyone else.
I would love to see Rinmo or Hootle turn on Rinmo.
All I could teach you was to
Attack her.
jump from twig to twig. But now look at you. You're soaring to new heights. You can go wherever you want on your own now. So, stay here and be with your friends, okay?
Are you sure about this?
Hey, I didn't mean for you to...
It's okay. I've made up my mind. We stuck with each other for as long as we did because we had no one else to depend on. Now, it's for the best we stay among our own kind. Take care of yourself, Hootle. Hootle? Hootle, no! Your friends are that way! Why can't you understand?
I think he's trying to say, I don't abandon my friends.
Huh?
Hootle has his own wings. If he wanted to leave, he could have left whenever he wanted to.
He can come back to this place whenever he wants to. But right now, what he wants is to be with you.
It's
Best
true
owl.
that his own kind is here, and he knows that. But he won't know if you'll always be around, Rinwell.
But, I mean...
I think he's asking you whether you really want him to go.
No! Of course I don't really want him to go! Hootle's the only family I have left!
Then it's settled.
Hootle has a place to go home to whenever he wants, and that'll never change things between you.
Are you sure about this, Hootle?
All bright-eyed and fluffy-winged.
Take care of our friend.
I pray your journey is a safe one.
Okay, enough already.
Thank you. Try to be nice to one another, your majesties.
Well, what's the answer?
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, we'll both take care of each other.
I meant the owl's answer.
Let's go, Hootle.
Trophy! Best trophy in the game. That is the most important trophy in the whole game. We saved all the Hootles.
I feel like somebody's watching us.
Maybe.
Yes.
Excuse me.
final boss time. The rest of the game's unimportant now. Final boss will be tomorrow.
Really now?
What?
I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
6-armed giant? Oh lord.
Dohalim, the line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
At least it is on Rena, and not some weird alcove on Dana. This is true.
We finally made it.
Did we really just spend that much? Money?
Oh, you gold are scattered, done. You pretty much, yep. Yep.